It is 70-something degrees outside, which is not bad. However, it is humid, so fans. All right. This. Where's the airflow on this? No way. Alright, there will be half. There we go. Cool. Alright, so off camera, I think last night a little bit and today, like during lunch break and a little after work, I worked on getting this better. What I ended up doing in the end was using all 4 original 3000 shims. And I cleaned, like, flattened them out and stuff. There's some of them out here on that. And anyway, so that's 12,000. And some combination of these other shims that kept throwing different amounts depending on how I measured them and where I measured them. I think technically they are supposed to be 10s and 20s and maybe 25s or something like that. And my original measurements might have been off or something, because I think what happens is after it comes with a little ridge around it on the center, I think, and when it gets compressed in this, it flattens out a little bit more to the proper spec. But again, then the kits came with 3000, so I had to reuse all 4 of the old 3000 and do a lot of math and stuff. And eventually, after taking apart, putting together, taking apart, putting together, taking apart, putting together, taking apart, putting together a lot, I came up with whatever's in here right now, and it is we're going this way about 31, 32, and this way just under 35 right now. So yeah, and that's consistent, more or less. So just barely within spec. And reminder, spec is 15 to 35. So, and I think what will happen is once I put my final nut on there, which hasn't been taken on, put it on a bunch of times, or taken off, put it on a whole bunch of times. Yeah, I think I'll use this one. I think it will torque a little less clamping force, and that will be the difference between almost too tight and just right, you know. So I think that's what's going to happen. I hope that's what's going to happen, or none of that happen and it'll all be good. Apparently putting 3 bolts in to torque this might have tweaked the housing a little bit, so I'm hoping that kind of straightens out after I put in those other bolts. There's a lot of torque on this, so for now, next, I'm going to leave this here for now. I need, since I've been touching the inside of this a lot, the gear, the pinion, I'm going to take it out, or not take it out, I'm going to clean it up a bit, and then I'm going to put this in. I'm going to do a little bit of stuff to it, prep it, put it in, and then use gear marking compound and hopefully get that all situated. So I didn't want to bore you guys with me trying different shims and pulling my hair out with the shims too much, so that's why I kind of just did that off stream, and also really just wanted to get it done. Yeah. In other news, I think I strained a muscle here or something from all that torquing and stuff and the weird positions I was in, and so that's a thing. And my back isn't I mean, it's not bad right now, but I mean, there's certain positions I can't go in. So I think what the real problem is, I just need to start exercising my back more and carefully, so that it builds itself up again, the muscles and the ligaments and all that. Build those back up, eat good healthy protein, do some good back exercises, maybe some stretches, light stretches probably. And I would probably eventually get it good enough to not have it go out on me all the time anymore. That'd be great. I don't think there's any. Oh, there might be a little bit. Those look clean, anyways. Just make sure. Sweaty hands were all over that earlier, so okay. I want to put a little bit of assembly goo on the bearings for this. Not knock this over, please. Don't knock this over. All right, there we go. I'm gonna set it in here. I'm gonna bolt it down and torque it to spec. Hopefully. I am running out of gloves, so I gotta be mindful of what I'm doing with gloves here. I would put a little bit of oil on that gear, but I need to put gear marking compound on this stuff, so I don't think oil on that would help very much right now. Ooh, this smells. It smells of that. Alright, just a little bit of assembly goo. This is just so the bearings have a little bit of goo on them during assembly process, and they're not, dry or whatever. Stuff apparently dissolves over time, which means it still is in there. I mean, it's like, it doesn't go away. I don't know. Maybe the proper way to do it would be to assemble it with this stuff, then after some mileage, drain it and fill it back up. I don't know. Seems like a lot of steps there. How did I get this on in the first place? Alright. Ugh, there's so much oil on this. And in it, apparently. Whoa. Alright. Well, these are actually pretty oiled. The bottom one is, at least because it's probably been sitting in that oil quite a bit. So it goes in this way. I obviously need the braces, which I haven't taken out yet. Alright. Stay. I think these are pretty clean, right? I don't remember. The races should be at least. Okay, so this was this side. And this one is the other side. Okay. I don't want anything to be dry. Well, I mean, there's some things that should be dry, but not the bearings. Alright, so if I remember correctly, I didn't do straight down with this. I sort of cradled it. Because I'm trying to avoid doing that. Grief. This thing's heavy. Okay. And don't slam in, just gently go in spot cleans. Alright. It's a tight fit, which is good. Should be a tight fit. Alright. I'm not sure if that's down all the way or not, but it's on there. Seems to be in position. It's good. Okay. Do I... Less oil on this, don't want that right now. I want those to be pretty dry, believe it or not. I'm using some I want to stay dry. Okay, good. I'm using some thread locker, I think, on that. Was debating whether or not to use like ARP thread stuff, but apparently that will change the torque settings. I don't want to have to figure out to calculate all that stuff, so stay, don't fall. Clean gloves. Let's keep the gloves kind of clean, so kill fan. Yeah. Power. Yeah, definitely increased the power there. Okay. Alright. Make sure these are ready to go. And then this is sideways J, which is this one. Facing this way. After putting in the heavy wheel thing, suddenly it's hard to balance it. So, imagine that. Okay, so I'm not going to put any third locker on them yet. How confident am I that this is correct? That this will just work and I don't need to do any adjustments? I'm pretty confident. Not like super confident. I'm pretty confident. So where's my tube? Now apparently I watched a video online and apparently this stuff goes bad over time, and the older it is, the more likely it can be to upset your torque spec. It gets a little thicker and stuff. So apparently it's good to keep an eye on that expiration date. And we use blue stuff. I don't think there was any thread locker on this to begin with, so that's why I'm just going to use blue. But yeah. Since the threads are clean, or at least they should be clean, as clean as it can be, I don't think there's going to be much to disrupt the torque spec here. As you can tell, I am perhaps a little overconfident on this just going to work out and need no adjustments. Because theoretically it should be the same shims this way, and I reuse the same shims for the setting of the rear. And it measured, at least with the old Richmond jig. Well, anyways, it measured correctly when I measured it last time, the depth. I didn't remeasure it when I put the right bearing on. I'm thinking that bearing would mostly just set backlash, I think, so it should be fine. Alright, let me look up torque spec on these. And get that good. Let's see. It does call for a spreader, but I think that might just be for the steel case. And that'd be get it in there, so. But there's an aluminum one, and I haven't had any problems putting them in and taking them out before. So anyways, Make sure that skips anything. Assemble differential bearing cups, the differential bearing cones, install the differential assembly into the carrier. Use rawhide or a heavy-duty plastic hammer to seat differential assembly into the cross for the carrier. I don't need to do that. The care should be taken to avoid nicking teeth of the ring gear and pinion during assembly. That's okay. Yep. I might have dropped it once, but I think it's still okay. Install the bearing caps and screws. Make sure the letters stamped on the corresponding to both positions and direction with the letters stamped into the carrier. Torque the bearing cap screws to 60 to 70 foot-pounds, or 81 to 91 newton meters. Alright, 60 to 70. That's a little bit on the lower end of this torque bar, but can do. The lowest this goes is 30. And the highest is 250. So we're gonna go for I'm gonna go for, let's see, that's 50, 60, 66. Because this goes on even numbers only, apparently, where it locks in. So 66 we're going for. I need to know what size that is. What size is that? Oh, I lost all my stuff, didn't I? 19 will fit, but I would rather use the correct measurement here. Is it a 3/4? I think it's 3/4. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so the video I watched said when it comes to torquing down, and they did experiments for this, and he kind of showed some of them. When you're torquing things down with Loctite, as long as it's newer Loctite, not old expired stuff, it doesn't really affect the end clamping force. However, anti-seize does, and there's apparently math for that and stuff they can figure out. And then the ARP stuff that I got for these bolts is technically anti-seize, so I would have to figure out what's the proper force for all that. And wow, this really could have used a regular wrench. First bit here. Get it. It's fine. So I didn't want to figure that out, so I'm just not going to use that stuff on this. And it's also, besides, it's also enclosed in a case. Supposedly when these are all the way down, I guess nothing should get inside of the bolt chambers. But even so, if it does, it's just going to be oil and differential, which is really strong stuff. So I kind of doubt that will have any negative or truly negative effect here. Less likely to rust. And it's aluminum too, it seems. Aluminum's not going to be rusty, I hope. If the aluminum is rusting, then we got some more bigger problems, I think. Like the world's science has gone bonkers or something. It's hard to do that. There we go. Okay, so these are now Okay. Okay. Alright. So if I remember correctly, I gotta kind of stand on it to get it to not move. And I think it's easier to do with it upside right. I'm gonna get it upside right. Alright, yeah, it's flatter here. Alright. So here I'll do a little bit more room, and probably do it this way. Okay. Okay, that's looser than I thought it would be. Let me walk into that a little bit better. Alright. Okay. Oh, it's hard to bounce like this. Double checking. Okay. They also said double checking really doesn't matter that much. At least with the split beam here, or not split beam, click type. As long as you smoothly go into it, essentially. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. I don't want to get extra sure here. Hang on. Yep, good. Nothing's seated further in, it looks like. Alright. Good. Oh yeah, oil's just coming straight out of it because I don't have a seal on it. Womp womp. Alright. Keep that in mind. Ooh, careful. Alright. So now, I guess I need to re-clean these teeth a bit. And then put some paint on it. Run it through. And see what it says. Cool. Catch my breath a little bit here. Okay, so I don't want to be spraying into it anymore because it has oil in there and I want to keep good. And bearings I want to keep lubricated. I guess I could spray into it, it would be fine, but okay. Alright. Now, a couple things I need to do. I need to remove the whatchamajig off of this. I can't leave it on its face anymore because of that. gears sticking out of it. Oh, good. These will come out easily. Nice. And I thought about repainting this a little bit, but it seems fine. Even after all that cleaner, it hasn't rusted at all, so it's probably fine. It might rust over time, like surface rust, but it should be fine. I don't think there's going to be any problems with that. Oh, I should make sure it spins, I guess. Alright, it spins. Very tight, but it spins. Alright. I need to put it this way. And I just got oil all over the gears here, so yeah. Just spun two different side of gears, it's fine. Maybe I can do it this way. I need to refill this. Okay. Alright. Stay. Don't panic. No panicking. Alright. Don't think I'll need this. It might actually, I'm not sure. Check on it later. It's kind enough to give a paintbrush, so might as well use their. Actually, I have stuff. I should keep using the stuff that's open. I'll just hold this for later. But then I would have to go look for it. Well. Under here. Over here. You know what? I'm just gonna use the new stuff. Wow. Yeah, look at this. Oh, new stuff. Wow. Alright. Just open that stuff up like you're not gonna waste any of it and keep going, yeah. Alright. This is what I think it is, right? Earmarking compound, right? Sprays. Alright, chop it off there then. one-time use stuff. And that's gear marking compound. It's just really stiff in there apparently. All right. That's really stiff. This stuff might be too old. It's more like gear marking clay at this point. Yeah, this kit might be extremely old. Okay. Oh, now I have to find my missing stuff. Okay. Great. Yeah, this kit's probably been sitting on a shelf for a very long time, considering these shims that came with it, or the ones that came with it at least, because I got multiple kits, but for that, but the ones that came with it had some rust on it, and now this is like dried out. So this has probably been taking up inventory space for a very long time. Alright. See if I can find my stuff. Here maybe? That's that. That stuff. Looking for a white tube of stuff. Tube of stuff. White tube of yellow stuff. Crush that. Oh, there it is. Under a box. Under a car. Oh, this is AC Delco stuff too. Imagine that. Perfect. And it's a lot looser. Good. Alright, cool. Before I actually do all this, maybe I should look at pull up my old video here, where I go over what it should look like, because the goal isn't to get it perfect, like the exact perfect. The goal is to get it, oh, here it is. Let me just go right here. To get it exactly the same as it was before I took it apart, which was like this. So that is the goal, because I'm reusing the same ring and pinion. If I was putting in a new one, or a new set, new pair, then I'd want to get it perfect. Well, it's close to perfect. I don't know if I would actually want to try to get to perfect because of how laborious it is to replace shims in this thing. Oh yeah. Why is there still stuff in there? So hopefully I can just paint this on, spin it a couple times each direction, and be like, oh yeah, that looks great. And then start reassembling. That'd be optimal. Alright. Cool. Then I need to put some resistance on it and spin it. Although there is quite a bit of resistance on it already, but I don't know if it's the right type of resistance. So if I just spin it, there's resistance all around because it's brand new. Oh, when it was used, I could just spin it, but right now, that is really tight. Can I just spin it this way? So maybe I had to do it this way, I don't remember. Anyways, I need to go this way. All right, there we go. A little resistance to my left hand, the best I can. Not exactly sure if this is drive or coast right now direction, but whatever. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is coast. Alright, switching it up. Going to drive. Where's the markings? There it is. Alright, got some good solid markings on there. Oh! Alright. So if I remember correctly, this side should be the drive side. And alright, so I'm gonna grab a light and use my Chris Fix neck light here that is not really beard compatible, but I can try it anyways. Oh yeah, look at that. A lot better light. And I think I'll just take you guys off my head for this. Make sure you guys see also. Alright. So you can see there's a little curve on the top end of this mark. That's good. And the curve at the bottom end of the next mark. And you can see it's very, very close to, I believe that's the is that the toe or the heel? I don't remember. But we'll get to that in a second. But it's very centered looking, which is good. I think. I don't see any oh, okay, this thing around my neck isn't helping me do multiple things. Here we go. Yeah, so see at the bottom of that one, the inside looks pretty round there. Outside here looks pretty round. Same story here. Same story there. There is a little bit of a sharp edge, but that was kind of there last with the old setup, anyways. And if you look at the old video, it is already close to the inside of it, which is I forget the heel or toe. And there's a curve. There's a curve there. It was just close inward, but like exactly the same as far as I can tell. Like maybe a slight difference in how clear of a mark that is, or this is versus that. But they look the exact same to me. I could be wrong, but it looks the same. Alright, so switching over to the coast side. I remember the coast side being a little more looking. So let's see. Towards the outside on the bottom, there's that curve again. It's a little flat on top. Now the coast side we apparently don't need to worry about as much as the drive side, but it does still need to be good. Yeah, so if I was to base this off the coast side, I would probably try to move the pattern further towards the inside. I think it's called the root. And to do that, I think I would have to move shims here. But based off the drive side, which is more important, I don't know. I don't know if I would do that. Yeah, let me move the video over to where it shows the coast side. And so I can double check that. That light showing up. It probably isn't helpful. Alright, so bloop. Actually, what I could do is I could just swap the screen over. But no, maybe not. Yeah, so definitely more towards the tail there, or the inside of it. I think we got the exact same markings, pretty much. Although those are slightly more roundish, I guess you could say. No, I'm pretty close. Yeah. I think we're good. I think we're also supposed to check like another part of the gear, but I don't think I need to. Bloop. Nope. Why is this not moving? There it goes. Okay. But I don't know, maybe I can. I just don't want to have to clean up the entire gear is the thing. Alright, I'll do it one more, like right here, I think. Just to be, extra sure. And I probably won't do as many teeth on here, but I did try to clean off that old gear marking compound, but apparently I left it on too long and made it very difficult to even get it this clean. So it's just gonna have to be on it, I guess, for now. I don't think it's a huge deal because it's gear marking compound. It shouldn't be anything that would harm gears, you would imagine, right? Should be stuff that if it happened to stay on and then wear off over time, it shouldn't harm anything, right? Right? Okay, that is good enough. I think I got this stuff when I was working on the Miata. Oh well. Extra. This way. Alright. Flip this way. I just not want to stay on here. Back. I'm doing a lot less resistance here. And forward one more time. Alright, so that was with less resistance on a different part of the gear. So let's check this. I think I'm just going to leave the camera on my head for this. Less defined. But that one shows up pretty well. Curve there and there. That one doesn't really show up well. That one kind of left. The coast side. As there was before. Yep, okay. So now, cleaned it up. Oh, okay, so there was one more thing I was a little worried about. I was worried about these being so far out. I can't really push them in because these are so whack. I don't think I can fix that without issue. Enough torque to do that. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it, I guess. Oop. Oh, that's just grease, apparently. Just a little blob of grease down there. Or goo, I guess you should say. I should say. Alright. Lose it. And I think what I'll do is this pressurized? Nothing in it. Okay. Well, let's do this one. I don't want to like clean the grease off the new friction material stuff, whatever it's called. Not really friction material, it's things just be mostly steel, but I don't know what it's called. The whatchamajigs. I forget already. think I would just get the bulk of it off. It should be good. I had brake parts cleaner, I'd be using it for this, I think, but I don't have any spray stuff for that. Or it looks like I think I ran out entirely. Uh-oh, we're in a recording space on the computer. Double check this is recording. It is. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I gotta clean up the space in that thing anyways. It is amazing how much space all this recording takes. Because I want to turn all this into YouTube videos, edited and everything, but man, I don't really have the patience for editing like I used to. I didn't really have it back then either, but I did it anyways. Now I just, man, maybe it's the switching to DaVinci Resolve from something simple and quick like Wondershare. But a lot more of a manual process to learn things and remember them and get good at it. Alright. Should be good enough. So then I'm gonna have to check. I need to check some things. One thing I want to check is I remember the manual saying something about putting some kind of grease or oil on these side yokes. I want to look that up, see if what I need to put on there, if it's just regular grease or just oil stuff or assembly glue or goo or something. I want to know that. Also want to check the end of the manual, make sure I'm not forgetting anything important. And then I can put the seals on and then slam a new nut on there for good, hopefully. Clean up the side yokes, put those in, maybe try to twist them a little bit. We'll see what happens there. Replace the bushings on this, clean up the faces here, put some stuff on it, mate them together, and bada bing, bada bang. Let's check the manual. Check the ring gear and pinion backlash in 3 equally spaced points with dial indicators shown somewhere. 60. 60. Okay. Okay. Backlash tolerance is 5 thou to 9 thou and cannot vary more than 3 thou between points checked. High backlash is corrected by moving some shims from the opposite side of the differential case to the ring gear side, thus moving the ring gear closer to the pinion. Low backlash is corrected by moving some shims from the ring gear side to the differential case of the differential case to the opposite side, thus moving the ring gear away from the pinion. Cylinder yoke shafts into carrier, assemble snap rings onto the shafts. Okay. So that measurement is probably a good thing to test for. However, I don't think I will be adjusting anything for that because I'd be moving these shims that way, back and forth, which would adjust the gear markings, which would adjust where they sit in relation to everything else. This does some brass on there, doesn't it? But that being said, I'm pretty sure it's telling me to measure this. Yeah, up and down. I'm pretty sure it's telling me to measure that. So I'll check it. I'll check it. Don't worry. I'm gonna check what I think it wants me to check, because the picture is showing this direction, which doesn't make sense because there shouldn't be any slack in that direction. All right. Okay, fun and easy there for some reason. Is that not where these go? Holes. No. I'm confused. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll just put in this one. This one should be pretty cleared out. ear is just barely not quite wide enough for what I want, the way I want to use this. Whatever. Then I need this tightened down a little bit more. And I want to push forward a little bit so that it kind of pushes against the block. That much forward. There we go. Okay. Getting somewhere, I hope. So I think it wants me to check this, which would make more sense than what I saw in the diagram, or I think I saw in the diagram. I think that's what I'm checking there. Yeah, that looks right. Alright. See if I can do it from this side. See y'all. You see. Let's see, is that a good angle? Resting on the arm there. Alright, so this needs to go to, I can't read from this angle very easily. Okay, just doing that way apparently. Alright. Push down. Right about there. Okay. Give y'all some light here, and me too, I guess. Alright, is that better? Or is that worse? Is the glare too bad? Oh, the glare is horrible. Okay, back it out. Well, it is what it is at this point. Alright, so maybe if I just leave one on. Ten, 0 or 1, I'm not sure. Uh-oh. That is like 9.5 I'm seeing. Okay. I think 9 thou was the max, right? Yeah, 9 thou. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like the implications of that. Like, for me to adjust that these shims is for me to take now this one, put in that one, is for me to take it out and then separate the bearings and somehow do that without damaging the bearings or the shims. I mean, I have a whole bunch of extra shims. I could not worry about that as much, but the bearings, I mean, they'd almost definitely be damaged in that process. Let me do this, rotate this. And try again here. Oop, don't fall off. That was not the goal. Hmm. So, just a little bit. Okay. Let's try this. Ugh. Let's see. Out at the 30. Yeah. I'm reading 9.5. Roughly. Maybe 9. It's not optimal. It is just barely over. It's back on 2 spots. The high backlash is corrected by moving some shims from the opposite side of the differential case to the ring gear side, thus moving the ring gear closer to the pinion. Okay, so that would be moving shim from here over here, or adjusting the thickness so that it's equal. It's the same amount, but moved over. Man, it's like just barely over the max. What would be really bad is if I put this all together, put it in the car, and then it wear itself out prematurely because of this. However, what would also be bad is if I take it apart, try to correct it, damage the bearings, have to get new bearings, put new bearings, another set of new bearings in, measure it again, and it not be right, or be way too far the other way, or I'm not able to do the small enough increments for it to matter. That would also be a problem. I don't think half a thou, or even 3/4 of a thou, whatever it is, out of spec is enough to worry about. It's on edge of spec. I'd like to be in the middle of spec. That'd be great. But it's on edge. And just to be clear, so I reuse the same shims to set the pinion depth. Use the same exact ones, do not change them out. Put the same exact ones back in. These shims on the left and right I replaced with the corresponding same new shims, I think. I might have reused a couple old ones, but I'm pretty sure I just grabbed new shims of the same, or what I believe to be the same thickness. I put that in, and it seemed to work out. Except for this part, apparently. I don't remember testing this before. Well, maybe I did test this before, taking it apart. I'm not sure. So theoretically nothing's changed other than maybe the ring and pinion have worn over time, or maybe there's just enough variance in the new shims on this that it could cause an issue there. Not sure what to do here. I know if I take these out, I damage at least the shims, if not also the bearings, because I don't have like a proper tool that would actually grab it correctly. Or even if I had a tool that would grab it correctly, I don't know if it would work in this situation, so... And this is checking the absolute tip of the gear, I think it is here. Yeah. So if I could move this to check a little bit more inward, maybe. Does that change things? Does that change the fudge factor, I guess you could say? Well, not in the right way, it looks like. That is now like 12 or 15 lash. Okay. So, alright, so it does matter how you measure it. So that also leads the question to, am I measuring this wrong? Is there, am I hitting the wrong spot on this thing that's causing it to throw a higher number than it should be throwing? Well, I could look up a video. Could do that. See, this picture seems to be measuring that, not that. But backlash is that, not this, so... Alright, hold on. What part of the ring gear measure backlash? Directly on the outer tip of a ring gear toothpaste, usually on the drive convex side. Drive side. Drive side is the other side. If I check a video.
Alright guys, for this video I'm going to show you how to measure the backlash between the ring and pinion. What you're looking at here is a magnetic base dial indicator. What you're going to do is put this thing up in this position, put the little magnet on, ding. I'm kind of working in the position, but if you just use this, you can make it kind of go, you can kind of slide things. Alright, once you got this thing in position, you wiggle it a little bit, hold it there, and then you just dial this. So it goes to 0. It's really easy. Now you can see I got the dial indicator in the perfect position. The perfect position is this thing's going to be perpendicular to the ring gear. That means when you move the ring gear, it actually moves like this on it. So what you're going to do is you're going to hold the back of the pinion and don't move it. 2 fingers, literally 2 fingers on the ring gear. Watch this. Dink, dink, dink. Look at that.
Okay. Not really in the mood for his shenanigans, but I understand. It's okay. Okay, place on tip of the dial indicator to tooth gear. Tooth. Dial indicator. That would be like... Okay. Oh, only like one good image.
When measuring ring gear backlash, dial indicator setup is used. Make sure the dial indicator is set up differently so it compares the previous two. Measure on the drive side. Tilt the ring gear back up and forth. Watch the dial indicator. Record your value.
So that's pretty much what I've been doing, except I've been doing it on the coast side, not the drive side, because of visibility mainly and stuff. And I think also because that's where my bolt is. So let's try this. And there's some movement on this thing too, which bugs me a lot. Alright, so I need to measure from, or I should be measuring from this opposite side here. Alright, so on this side, and I want to keep it apparently perpendicular-ish to the gearing. Okay, I'm going to rotate this up so I can read it. And lock that in. I'll clear that. Alright. Now it's reading 10. You have got to be kidding me. Is 1 thou out of spec really gonna cause issues on a used ring opinion? I don't know. Alright. Time to check the interwebs. Alright, so is 1 thou out out of spec backlash on a used ring and pinion a big deal? Question mark. No. Being, according to AI, Google AI, you know, take a grain of salt. No, being just 1,000th in 1 thou out of spec is rarely a big deal for a used ring and pinion because gears wear into each other over the lifespan. Used gears sets inherently run looser than factory specifications and often sit slightly outside the original tolerances, according to these forums, apparently. Okay. I like that. I like that. I like what it's saying. I don't know if it's true, but I like what it's saying. All right. Gear pattern is key, which it is. Gear or king, sorry. Gear pattern is king, so our gear pattern looks exactly the same. Carrier bearing preload. I fixed that, yeah. I think. No, I didn't fix that. That's something else. Okay, the preload. From opinion, I'm recommended this backlash and except for range and it's proper. So if I was using a new ring and pinion set, I'd want to make the adjustment. Since the old one. Turn gear and see 3,000 or more of variance between the teeth. That means the gears or carrier may be warped. Well, of course. Alright, your settings gear, the ratio type. This would be a Dana 44, I think. Not a big deal because the gear is already worn to a specific mesh and most forgiving, then this path turn more important than exact on the bearing lash. Okay. Tooth contact pattern and bearing preload are significantly more important than being exact on backlash. Okay. Typically range 6 out of 10,000. That's not quite right though. Slightly different. Being off of just on picture right at the edge or slightly beyond. This is generally acceptable for used gears. All right. Wear patterns. Dangers of fixing it, trying to force an old worn gear set into a tighter factory new backlash spec can actually ruin the gear mesh, resulting in noisy rear end or accelerated wear. Oh, really? The Corvette form is noted in that. Okay. Well, good to know. So this is fine. Not ideal, I guess, but fine. Okay. Well, that was a rabbit hole. Next, I want to make sure I get the right grease on the right parts. So let's see here. Let's find where the side yokes are in here. Probably for this. Drive pinion, side yokes, and seal and bearings. There's new bearings, place new ones. At time of assembly, use standard metal cleaning solvent to clean out the bearing on the seal board. The carrier, install new yoke shaft bearing, assembly using tool, blah blah blah. Bearing must be installed from 0.340 from the base of the housing board, which they should be now. They weren't exactly before, but they are now, I guess. Lubricate bearings with hypoid lubricants. What is hypoid lubricant? Or hypoid lubricants? Hypoid lubricant. Specialized heavy-duty gear oil formulated with extreme pressure additives. Oh, it's just gear oil? Cool, it's just gear oil. Okay. Well, that makes that simple. And then I want to... So I saw one guy, it's also the guy who did the ARP thing, but he took grease and he packed the inner piece of the seal essentially with grease. And apparently what that does, it I guess helps it not leak as easily over time, or wear out, I guess. So that might be worth doing. And let's see here. I think I want to put the rear seal and the new nut on the back before I finalize this, because I don't want to put this on and then torque it a whole bunch and cause it to shift and mess up any chance of sealing that surface. So I think that's what I'll prep next. So this being almost 1,000 out of spec is not the end of the world for used cassettes. Take that, perfectionist mind. All right. Let's up a bit. And actually, we're gonna just store this back here, right? That's already at the highest setting there, so whoop. Yeah, let's just put it up here. That way it's out of the way. Yeah, it's out of the way. I don't have to search for it in the box, although it's kind of hidden. Whatever. Store it there for now. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I want to do the rear stuff next. Finalize the pinion stuff. This thing worked out like a charm. I am so glad I had this lying around in the junk pile, because it would have been thrown away otherwise. In fact, what I'm gonna do, can I just attach it to this? Yes, I can. Haha. I wish the magnet on this was a little stronger, to be honest, but oh well. Just leave it on top. It might fall. Yeah, a little better. Alright. I'll just mesh this together, hopefully for the last time. Before final assembly, that is. And I'm gonna go ahead and put another bolt sandwich. Oh, maybe not. Hello. Over here. Try to, at least. In case that torque was a little too much for it. So just 3. Alright. I don't want this all over the floor, please. Okay. Take that off. Is the next step. Bring this back up to 210. It gets kind of stiff right towards the top end here. It's a little concerning, but I don't know. It's new steel. Alright, set to 210. I need to pull this out. I need the plate on it again, actually. There we go. The only reason I don't have 4 on there is because I think I broke or stripped the other screw. So I have to find the new ones. Did I get new ones? Hope I got new ones. Or ones that work at least. I'll have to look around for those. Okay. Okey-dokey. And since I don't need to drop it out, I don't need to take off the face to do this next part, which is great. Alright. You did a good job. There we go. And let's see. I need the flange off. Okay. And also took off the oil slinger. Alright, so that goo grease is very leaky apparently. It's already melting. So, I mean, that's a good thing, but not expecting it to melt like that fast. Sure this is extra clean. Why is that open? Oh no, it's drying out. Don't dry out. Forgot I had those. I might actually switch to those in a minute for some stuff. A little bit of metal shavings in there, probably from all this metal. Kind of wish there was a magnet on the end of the plug, but there is not. And swap over to this stuff. And this stuff might actually do a better job at final cleanup. So thread, not threads, threads. Oh, this threads too, but all this is good. So that might be where some of that material is coming off of. Yeah, threads from nut on and off over and over again. Oh, I left it plugged in. Okay, so I have to use the one from the kit here. Only one I have. Hopefully it's good and not too old. And this kit's definitely an old kit, so I don't know if that has any effect on these old seals here. Oh, it already has stuff inside of it. That actually might be a problem now, because this is old stuff. That seems to be just grease from the smell of it. I think I'll clean this stuff out and then put my own stuff in there. I'm really hoping the seal on this is still good, because it is an old kit. I mean, the completely sealed gear compound being clay at this point is not encouraging, to say the least. So I could get a new one. Could get a new one later and slap it in there, I guess, but I'd rather not do all that. But this does confirm that, yes, you do want grease in here, apparently. I guess maybe that grease would help hold its form over time, keep it from dry rotting. In there. Just the old stuff. Not good, is it? I would hate to do all this work and put in a seal and it be not good, you know? This is a national seal, apparently. National brand. I would spray cleaner in it to get rid of all this extra grease in the grooves here, but I'm afraid that would dry out the seal a bit more. I don't want to dry that out. A lot in here. Alright. I think I'll trust the seal. I'm not going to trust these. I'm going to use the ones I bought sooner. Not saying the kit's bad, I'm just saying some parts of the kit are very, very old. What kind of grease should I use? Should I use general purpose grease or the this grease that I had for this stuff? I might use this grease actually. Let's see. Let's be that spicer, I think it's called, grease from the bearing, from the bearing stuff. Universal joints. This should be really good grease. And if this was the method for sealing it, I'm not surprised that this was one of the leaking points originally in the car. messy. Oh, I'm getting messy. Okay. And then as for the outer side, since I did mar up the inside of that a bit with the punch, I'm going to get that sleeve in, or cup or whatever you want to call it. And we'll get some here. Where is it? Gear resistance stuff. Yeah, I would have left it over here, right? Is it back over here? That's the old stuff. I got new stuff. Where's the new stuff? Where's my gasket maker stuff that I had for this project? What'd you guys do with it? Huh? Can you search for it? How dare you? How dare you? Alright. Cheers from Texas, building your LQ4 while watching this. Yeah. Cool. Howdy, howdy. Greetings from North Carolina. I wish I could find this. I bought it just for this project. And it's oh, it's on top of the car. Yep. There we go. Stuff worked great last time, so it should work great this time. Alright, how deep does this go in? Just around the surface in there. So I think I'll put it on... actually, no, I should put it on that because of the way it is. Yeah. Alright. Where'd my knife go? It's almost like I have a complete disaster here and I can't find anything. Whoop! Well, nails going everywhere. Where is anything? Where is anything at this point? There's my knife. For now. Sweet. So now I got gear lube on me. Or not lube, marker fluid. Paint. Stuff. Yellow stuff. Alright. I think I'll just do it this way. Tube never really works that well. I don't need a lot, just a little bit to fill in the imperfections. the crimes. Ouch. A little burr there. Getting this off again might be more of a chore now that I have this on here, but hopefully it doesn't need to come off for a very, 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 very long time. Ouch. Okay. It's ready for that seal. Uh-oh. Well, the camera's not ready for the seal. Let me do that now. Camera, that is. Did it give me the warning? I don't remember giving me the warning. Oh, this was the smaller battery, no wonder. Alright. Can I just reconnect, or will it want to go through the phone again? Oh, it wants to do the whole process again. Fun. Alright. The dirty lens on that, that's probably no good. Make sure recording starts on the camera because I don't have recording on that going. Oop. Connection, good. Alright, should be back up any second now. And I'll do this little freeze thing there, but I think we're good. Yep, there we go. Sweet. Alright, don't have a lot of time to lose here, so better jump on this. We want the inside of this to be, or the peeling surface on this to be pretty clean, I guess. I'm getting extra grease on that stuff, that's pretty silly. Is there a way to hold this where I can not leak that? Great. Alright, there we go. And I think make sure this goes on first because we don't know if I fit in there. Otherwise, it's the oil splash thing. Fine. And you just leave it like that. It's perfect, right? No adjustment needed. Alright. Just a little bit of wrap, tap, tap. I'm debating whether or not to use just my metal punch because I don't want to get any brass shavings in there. No, it should be fine. I think it should be fine. In fact, just kind of start it with that. All right. I guess it has a little lip on it. I don't see it going any further down than that. Yeah, I guess that's as good as it gets. What am I doing? Alright, there we go. And the yoke, or sorry, flange. I want to make sure that's clean. And then add some seal to it. Special seal. Mounting should be fine, I think. Yeah. I'm not sure I can do that anyways. Alright. Okay. On the paint bottle bang. And then I want to add the stuff to it. The two form gasket sealants. Stuff that doesn't harden. Or shouldn't harden for an extremely long time. Also smells weird, remember? Yeah, two. Convex, slow drying, non-hardening. Some stuff you would put on the the coolant lines on the inside where it meets the radiator, fast radiator, to help it seal better. So that's where I used it before. those on the splines, in the side splines, to help those seal up and hopefully not leak through the spines. I probably had to do way too much, but yeah, that's way too much. A little bit. There we go. This is fine on that surface. Getting those out. Nasty stuff, but it doesn't smell like horrible. It smells like something wrong, but it's not like a horrid smell. At least it's not strong enough to be, or potent enough to be rest everywhere. Maybe if it was everywhere, it would be that. Small bit. Maybe if it was in large quantities, it could be. Yeah. Again, when you're dealing with gear oil, used gear oil especially, so really anything that smells worse or is strong in that moment. Differential fluid. So now this can go on here, and since I'm not worried about clock anymore, or spinning it this way. Okay. That might mess a little bit with torque spec now that I think about it, because it's going to resist going down, but I don't think it messed it too much. Okay. And grab the brand new, probably never used nut. Slam it on here ever so gently and delicately and intricately and otherlies. Maybe a lie in there, or a low, or a Lewis, or a Lilo, Lisa. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Don't worry. We're not the only ones. Let's see, is that on my... There it is. Okay. Not deep enough. This one extends out a little further, so it should just go. Yeah, there we go. Alright. It's tightening a lot easier than, or definitely tightening more than the other one, so oop, don't do that. Alright. And hopefully for the last time, tighten this. And hopefully it goes well. 210. Okay, alright, so this should hopefully be it. Oh, I missed. Ah, yeah, okay, it moved before it clicked. That's good. Alright. And for double checkers. Okay. Double checkers. I don't think I ever said that before. So now it's definitely tighter than the scale will want it to be, because of all that resistance from the seal to the carrier being on. But yeah, so this is now reading, oh no, 35. This one's a little bit high. 45 this way, 35 that way, a little above 40 that way, over 35 that way, 40. That's working its way loose. Yeah, it's around 35 now. All over 35. So yeah, within just above spec, but then again, it has all that resistance in it, so it should be within spec actually still. So, woohoo! And accounting for all that resistance, that is. All right. I don't think I need this for anything yet. Again, that is. I already put that over there. Two bags worth of guns. Alright, cool. So yeah, that's that. Something I want to check. I want to check the clutches, but don't know if I can put that much torque on this is the problem, because they're really jammed together and brand spanking new, and I mean, they have oil on them, but that oil's been sitting on them for a while, so it might have leaks out a little bit. So I don't know if I can get enough torque on it without it being on the car, you know, and actually functioning. If I can try, I guess. I don't know. Thing is, if it's rotating, and my let me get those side seals on before I do anything like that. I think I'll put those on now. I don't think there's any reason for me not to. I don't think there's any big reason for me not to put the side seals on. Okay. Fine with that. Okay, and I'm gonna use the SKF ones I got. Although these would probably sell more easily than the other ones. Oh well. It's like a rubbery outside, so I think I don't need to worry about anything on it. Just literally tap, tap, tap it in. Tap, tap, tap. Oh. Stay clean. What am I doing? I have this. Let's try it again. I'm going to just kind of press it a little bit in first by hand. Now, why the instructions probably said 0.34 thou or 340 thou. The bearing needs to go in. It's probably for the seals. It's probably like, yeah, put it only that far in so that the seals only goes so far in. And that might be why that's the way it is in the manual. Of course, the old ones were, I think, a little further in. There's probably some play in that factor. Play in that factor. And I don't think I need to put grease on these, but I might put a little bit, just a little bit of grease on the inside of that. Just, you know, help it seal better over time. At least at first. That one's almost loose yet. Probably more than good enough. All right. Progress. I gotta take it a little further apart now, but progress. I like progress. Finally putting things together instead of putting things together just to take them apart again over and over. The next time this goes back on, it might be the final time. this, I want to clean up the surface a bit, and it's oil in it already. Wow. Dripping free. Okay, just put that there for now. So before I assemble this, I do want to replace the bushings, which, I mean, the old ones were fine. They're just a little old. But I would like to, you know, put the new ones I have on there because I have new ones. And these are polyurethane, so unfortunately I can't seem to find rubber bushings for the Batwing. Apparently they only come in polyurethane now. That's a bummer, but oh well. Ugh. So now I have the task of figuring out how to take these out. Because these, unlike other polyurethane bushings, are not crumbling, they're just all dented and old. So I think I might try pressing on it really hard and see if it just decides to disintegrate enough to pop out, or at least lower this far enough for me to grab and then pull, maybe. Or maybe I can try to grab it on here and pull, but I kind of doubt that'd work. I was using this to flatten those last shims. It's 3,000 shims that were old, and I had to reuse them one way or another. Alright, so maybe something like that. I was able to press out the inner piece, but these outer sides, I don't know about. I wish I could like have something inside there that would split out to grab the edges, but I don't. So I'm hoping this deflects enough to push the other one out far enough to grab onto or something, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just about to ruin these and then struggle with this for a long time. That's also possible. So I want to make sure that back end is supported at least a little bit. Okay. I think I want this a little more centered. Centered as it can be, pretty much. Oh, don't do that. Alright. And hope that this jack doesn't just give out and stop working again. There's a high possibility that it might do it at this length. Just considering his track record. It's not pushing that. Grab there. It's a grab, not pretend. I'll try that, I guess. It is deflecting, so that's good. So maybe it's finally pushing the other side. I'll stick my fingers over there. Okay, good. It's starting to push the other side. Whoops. Did it pop out? It did something. Well, now it's just, okay, it fell off. That's what happened. Alright. Well, the press seems to be working fine now. It still leaks, but it's fine. So I bet those seals are just old. There it is. Okay, so supposing I can somehow grab this and pull it out, I can press the other side out. Or maybe wedge it out. Yeah, okay. I guess these weren't as bad as I feared. Now, the ones for the front mount were destroyed. These actually seem to held up over time, so that's interesting. Still would replace them with rubber if I could. Brand new rubber, that is. But yeah. Alright. That wasn't too bad. And this other one I can probably just pop right out this way. Might not even need that much pressure. Will it extend far enough? Uh-oh. Reaching its limit. Well, it's going still. Oh, there it goes. I might have been able to just push that out with my fingers. I'm not sure. Okay. These come out a lot easier than the rubber bushings originally did. The original rubber bushings were not fun to remove, I can tell you that much. Especially since I didn't have the right tools back in the day. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Easy now. I have enough lip there. I have to use my weight. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of leverage there. And yeah, there we go. Now this one has a centerpiece still in it, so I don't know how easy this can come out, but it might have been disintegrating a little bit there. I'm not sure if that's part of it or something else. If you have a choice, get rubber bushings, not polyurethane. A lot of the cheap polyurethane stuff apparently disintegrates over time. Faster than rubber. So I've been told. And kind of experienced a little bit too. Definitely fighting that inner piece. There we go. Look. This should hopefully just push out, right? guess I'll use the press. I guess I could do this with it on the differential, but can you imagine trying to hold this up with the differential attached to it like this? No, 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 no. No, thank you. There we go. Nice and easy. The good thing about it is those are technically pre-lubed a little bit. Oh no, it's a little dirty. I'll probably clean that anyway, it's okay. Yeah, never mind. Oh, video, come back. Oh, shoot, did I remember to hit record on the camera? I did not. I have to pull the live stream. Dang it. I hate whenever I get to hit the record on the camera. Kind of ruins the whole ready to edit vibe. Or thing. It's not all this gunk on here. This was a very dirty part, and still is quite dirty. The problem is the effort it would take to clean it all is not quite worth it. So okay, I think could put the new bushings in after installing it, but I think it'd be easier if I just use the press to press them in. I just hate leaving that open for so long. Alright. So that means I need to clean these out. And so a little space here. Wonderful. I think I better refill this. I also have stuff over here. I think I have stuff over here. Alright. I'm pretty sure the formula was 1 part of this and 4, maybe 5 parts of this stuff. Although that was like about half of this. I don't know if that's acetone or what's left of it. I need to get more of that, sure. There's a lacquer thinner. Again, don't want to get this on your paint stuff, but in a pinch to clean stuff, apparently it does a pretty good job. Some 99% ascorbyl alcohol. Well, my ratio is way off here, but should still work, right? Oh, and also it burns. I don't know if it does well on this old grease stuff, but let's try it. So right now I'm clean off mostly old material and that lube stuff that goes on with polyurethane bushings. It seems to be doing a pretty good job with it, actually. I'm impressed. Alright. Kind of expecting this to be a struggle. It's not being one. Guess I should do one side at a time. That would make sense. Maybe not, because then I would have to do a little bit of extra. Never mind. I should clean both sides so I don't have to grease my fingers and then degrease them or whatever. Alright. I'll admit, this is a lot easier than the whole fiasco I had to go through to get the surfaces cleaned and prepped from the, taking off the rubber. This is at least way easier. So the rubber bushings had a metal sleeve on the outside. And you could get the rubber off with a lot of effort, but then you would have that metal sleeve on the outside, and you have to like cut it and I think use like a rubber air hammer is what I tried to use. I don't know how successful that was. I don't remember. It's been a very long time. And after all that, you clean up the inside, make sure you get rid of the burrs and stuff that you made. That was the whole thing. But supposedly you're going to have to replace them as often. Well, how's that? Looks like I never cleaned off that inside piece of fudge. Or if that's really the case, fine, yeah. This part's not cleaning up easy. It's got clip on the side too? It was. Huh. Maybe the ratio of the sprayers. No problem. If you ever think working on cars is just nuts and bolts, think again. I'll spend a lot of time cleaning stuff as well. I should be taking things apart far enough. of time cleaning stuff. And eventually, you figure out how clean do you really want to go. And you make a decision whether or not to continue going ham bacon with cleaning. Maybe just go ham instead of ham bacon, you know? Gotta make those tough calls. I'm gonna do this one. We'll the ground preferably. And alright. I should have plenty of that lube stuff because apparently the kit I got, well, when I first opened it up, I didn't see any in it with the bushings or else. I was like, huh, they didn't send me any lube for the polyurethane bushings. I gotta go buy some. So I bought some. And then later I was looking through the kit and it was in a different part of the kit. So now I have extra lube. And I don't know where it all is, but is it in here? No. And none of it's in here. So now I gotta go find it. All right. I think it should be, oh, maybe it's on top. Okay, here's some of it. Yeah. So I should have more of it somewhere, so I shouldn't be shy to use a whole bunch of it. Although this might be more than enough. I don't know. It's really, really, really sticky stuff, so gloves are a must. My last two gloves. I'll try to use one glove. That's real sticky stuff. And don't use it sparingly. Unless you don't have much of it, I guess, but get it all up in there. I actually might use one container per side now that I'm thinking about it. These are huge bushings. Get pretty much any area where that rubber is going to be contacting. And the idea is it helps keep the squeaking down to a minimum, if at all. And I think it also might help it last longer, as not rubbing directly against the metal. I'm just gonna use one per side then. I think. All right, and then we're not done yet. We gotta lube this as well. On the inside as well. The outside. Outer face doesn't matter as much. this, yeah, that doesn't matter as much. Because it shouldn't be rubbing on against that in the first place, but you know, it could end up doing that. We have enough for one other half of this at least. There's a little bit more over here. Alright. Yeah, looks like I'll have to put on the press. Alright. Yeah. Okay. So I'll want everything prepped before I put on the press. So I want to have 2 sides done. I think, yeah. So both halves done. I mean, and why is the camera jittering so much? Okay, I'm probably gonna restart the camera, and hopefully that will fix the jittering. Just give me a minute. I gotta deal with sticky stuff for now. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, so that should be good, and then you'll want to lube the metal sleeves, but I think I'll do that after I get it more together. Right. So what let's see here. Grab another. Oops. And lube up this while I have a ruby glove on. Might actually end up using that third one. It's like I thought I had something. I think people probably need 3. Again, is there such thing as too much? No idea. Too much would be the entire suspension is scoopy, I guess. I don't know. Too little is not good. Oh. There is such thing as too little. Too much, I'm not so sure. I guess you could add too much so that it sticks out everywhere and then attracts dirt. You know, much dirt. That'd be too much. Alright. hand's sticky now. Blech. So I'll find out how hard this is to clean off my skin. Although, maybe I had it on my hand before? I don't know. Maybe I have to grow new skin. My poor hands have been chewed up from this, working on this. A lot of it from the cleaner. And then just getting banged up and stuff, and pulling on stuff really hard with sweaty hands and gloves. Yeah. All hands need a little bit of healing time after all this. Alright, so the next thing to lube would be the cylinder pieces. I'm going to leave those for now. I don't want these to get dirty, so I'll set them over here and try to work on that side. And I think I'll leave the glove on. Yeah. Alright. Try to keep that finger clean, and I dropped one. Okay. Not sure how this is going to work. I think it will just press in. Alright, yep, there it goes. With enough lube, it just presses right in. Sweet. No, don't want to go too far. I don't want to damage it. Alright, so how about you? Did you get dirty? I think you're okay. No, like major clumps of dirt or anything? I think it's fine. Okay, so wash this. What should I? Could put it on a plate like that, and then press it on like that. That might be better. That way I don't press the other side out, air or whatever. Okay, that seed right in on the little recess. Cool. Time 9 o'clock. Okay. And I gotta adjust the camera, so I gotta remember to do that after I'm done dealing with sticky stuff. I'll do that. Remind me if I forget. Okay. But for the other side, what I am thinking is I'm now spilling stuff all over the floor. Put that on top of there, and grab this and set that in there. See what I'm thinking? I don't know. You guys can see with that frame rate. I gotta fix that. Alright, then do a sandwich. A sandwich. A very greasy, lubricated sandwich. Very polyurethane, greasy sandwich. Yes. One side went in. The other side is not so much in. I wonder if it's just air. Could be air. Pop that up. I'll flip it around. See if I can get this other side to go down better. There we go. Cool. Alright, so now that's in. I will need to put the metal rods in, but those need greased. But before I do that, I want to fix the camera. So give me a minute. How am I going to do this? Just going to hard off it with the battery. Might as well swap it out. Another one in. Man, it was like jittering and behind. Alright. Will it give me a chance to recover? No. No, okay, that's fine. Wasn't really expecting it to, but I was hoping. Alright, camera, come on. Okay, almost there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Connecting to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi. Alright. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh. Struggling. It's a struggling. I wonder if there's some interference going on right now or something. I haven't had this problem with the with this camera before. I've had this kind of problem with the GoPro before. Let me stop receiving service. Wait. Alright, start it back up again. Start live. There we go. Okay, I must have had some problem on the computer end of things. That looks smoother. Did I remember to start recording? Probably not. There we go. Alright. That's better. Where was I? Okay, so now I want to put the rods in. The inside of it's already lubed. However, you can't use too much of this stuff. Really can't. So, these are also going to get some lube. I have to open that last one if I want to do it this way, but let's see. Yeah, not quite enough for my liking. I mean, maybe it's enough for somebody's liking, but The last thing I want is a squeaky suspension. Or it's one of the last things I want. No, the last thing I want is a destroyed differential, but one of the other things I don't want is a squeaky suspension. And you know what? I think that's good enough. I think between what's on here and what's already in the holes here should be enough. I might be able to do this by hand. Maybe not. Okay. I could start by hand then. Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, that's good. Alright. These on all the way. And I think I might put some on the outside now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe. In case it does interact a little bit with the bracketry inside of the car, the mounts and stuff. But I'll save that for later if I do that. So. Alright. Okay. Good and in there. Slip around. Is a press normally the squeaky? Mine's always been the squeaky. Noisy and whiny when it goes up. As far as I remember, it's always been this way. But is it usually this way? I don't know. Are other people's presses this way? Is mine the only one that complains so much going up? Stop paying attention. Alright. Good. Cool. Alright. Now I got grease everywhere. Next step. I need to make sure the mating surfaces and the interior is absolutely perfect. Clean and ready for assembly. That's my next task. And I want to do that before the end of the night, so let's do that now. I think this might be easier if this was pitched upward. Hopefully this doesn't ruin the box. There we go. And spot here. Okay. My hands are kind of dirty still from all that sticky stuff, but maybe I can hands will clean up a little bit here. I've been grabbing this here, so I want to clean that. Clean out any of this inside gunk that might be in here, or the extra lube that's leaking out, the green stuff. Assembly glue is more liquid than I thought it would be, to be honest. Or liquid-fiable. See? Get some grease off me. That's great. else. These wipes. Does a better job cleaning that paint off. Well, I don't remember cleaning out these bolt holes. That's a problem. How much of a problem I have yet to determine, but let's see. I think I've done this part before. These should probably be good though. Top ones where I going in and out a whole much. Well, they have some gasket maker on them still. They're just a little rough. But those are, you know, as long as they're torqued all the way down, they should be fine. I think it doesn't matter too much. I don't want to risk making everything else dirty. I'm gonna clean those out now. No, the bolts are kind of rugged type bolts, I think, so it should be fine. And those other holes there are just holes, apparently, for maybe manufacturing or something. Alright. Wow, I think I'm actually about ready to put gasket maker on. Crazy. I was not expecting that to be so quick. Wow. I know I'm going through these wipes like crazy, and they're expensive, but I gotta use them, and this is an excellent opportunity to make sure things are super clean. So, yeah, I kind of wish this was a little propped up a little bit more than this, but oh well. Ugh. Might be a long tight, see through maybe. Just to make sure. Never. Yes. Just plug the metals in. Into it. Okay. That's it. Oh, I can't put the cover on yet. I just remembered. I need to put the side yokes in first. Yeah, they need to be in order for me to put the snap rings on them, or yeah, the snap rings. So for me to do that, I think this needs to be off so I can spin it. That'd be really bad if I just set that in and walked away, come back later. Ah, I gotta clean it off all over. I have to take it all the way apart, but it'd still be a pain. Okay. We're gonna take wood. Excellent. Excellent. Alright, that means I need to clean off the yolks next. I want to use these. Do I want to use these? Okay, ran into a small setback here. So for these, I like this. Alright. Are dirty. Definitely want to clean them up. Also, there's a little bit of rust on them, so I want to clean that up. And I think in the process of cleaning it up, I'll also want to paint the exterior a little bit. So I'll probably put some tape here and here, here and here, and then cover this area entirely. But for it to be ready for all that, I will need to... Yeah, this one's also rusty. Yeah, I'll need to let it sit overnight, I think. And I think all these bolts I have replacements for, so I can replace those bolts anyways. It's just... yeah. Alright, well, that means this is not going completely together tonight, unfortunately. However, I'll probably put this on just to keep it clean. Just like with a couple bolts. Keep it clean on the inside. And get these ready. Or begin to get these ready. Sorry about that, guys. Alright. Open the smelly container. Actually, hold on. Do I want to use the smelly container or do I want to use this? I think only one would fit in there. It's fine now. Yeah. really want to etch the pole, you know, as much. I'll put this one in here. This has stuff on it now. That's weird. Alright. Is it stuff growing in it, or is it just old stuff that's causing stuff? I don't know, I'm saying stuff a lot. Don't mind me. Oh, where's the rest of that? Did I leave it in there too long? There were other attachments on this. At least I think there were. I might have left things in there too long. Whoopsie. Oh, that's not what I was expecting. I was expecting needle nose. What's this? They're like... I think I left it in here too long. I think the rusty things I left in here, I think it ate the metal. Like entirely. I think these were full needle nose pliers. And then this thing, it was an Allen wrench set. And there were definitely large ones on here. This might be what's left of one of the largest ones. This is not chelation. This is whatever rust dissolver uses. Apparently it also dissolves metal. Now these were granted extremely rusty when I got them, so, but I definitely left them in here too long. Whoopsie. Yeah, so, yeah, there's no metal bits in here. It's all just gonna be, oh, maybe there's something. There's another part of one. Alright, so may that be a lesson for you guys. Don't leave your rusty bits in the rust dissolver too long. Who would have known? Hopefully this stuff is still good because it ate so much rust. I don't know if there's enough good stuff in it to eat the remaining rust here. I need to lift that side up a bit. I mean, it's been in there for like probably weeks, right? At least a week, if not longer. Lift this up, pull it down a little bit better. All better, I guess. This must be what's left of that stuff, because it's sediment of some sort all over the inside here. I really love eating that metal. I'm glad it doesn't plastic, because that would be really bad. Wow. Yeah, it's just chewed up in the middle, and then left sediment. everywhere. Wow. I wasn't expecting to go through this stuff that quickly. Now I know better. Also, you don't want to get this type of metal dissolver stuff on the concrete, because it will try to eat it as well. I might have problems with it. It's better polished instead. Alright, but this does need to sit probably overnight. And then, so tomorrow, then I can take that out, clean it up really good, tape it up, hang it up, paint it, put it in with the new snap rings, because I have new snap rings. Then once those are in all the way, put a seal on this, put that on there. I have to let that set, and I can put this plug on. Limited slip lube only. Once all that's together, I can probably start putting it on in the car, which will be pretty awesome. This is also some of that old stuff. I'll toss it into this one. And these bolts, however, that probably good stuff there. I can put this with this probably. Actually, I think I'll put that with this so that I know what size and everything is off the bat. Or I can just look at it. Be like, oh, that's a 3/4-16. Yellow or whatever. I do probably want to clean these up a little bit. They're not that dirty to begin with. These can be cleaned up like this. Do I have... I brought water. Oh, there it is. Water. And simply... Oh, that's empty. Okay, that's probably way more than enough, but yeah. Alright. Just let those soak in there for a minute. The bolts. Need the bolts to be built. Can I clean this? I probably can clean this in here. Anything else need cleaned? I need to make sure everything that needs to be cleaned is get cleaned. These are brand new, so they're fine. Might use some Loctite. I don't know about that yet. These containers are nasty. They don't have to be. Right now. Look a bit. Need some extra oil here. Maybe spilled. Probably put these elsewhere. Here. Clean my tools, that's probably what I should be doing. Clean my tools a little more. Nice. Let's see, what else can I prep for tomorrow? Because it's such a nice night. We only have one fan going today, or tonight. Kind of great. Turn that fan off to plug that in and have it turn it on back on sync. It's great. It's great. Make sure the jaw's clean. Screw that back in, apparently. No Phillips for that. Will I need that again? I hope not. All I really need is put those on. Okay. Okay, so I want to keep this stuff clean and dry. Put one of these in there. Does have glue on it or something. I have a rinse one. No. Really dirty one over there. Okay. Oh. Just help hold it together. Let's put it down here. Maybe. Right. Yep. Alright. That should be all I need this for. I could put that away, but I have the thing on the box, so maybe not. Those are the old snap ones. Probably hold on to those just in case. In case the new ones don't work out or something. Old part. Not sure what that's from. Box of stuff's over there. Oof. Neat. This is old stuff. Right. There's gonna be a little more danger there. Put it up there. More old stuff. Sticky old stuff. All right. This was going to be new stuff, but it is now old stuff. Okay. Alright, I have a couple walking spaces now. That's better. Not great, but better. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I had another one. There he's on the other one. Alright, so I'm not going to use this because I don't need it. It doesn't make sense to use it. This, or should I probably should try to clean this up with this. I'll just keep putting stuff in your tons of parts. Some of them. Right. Regardless if they do or not. Stuff by the way. Notes for notes. Plastics. I'll put this somewhere, I guess. Don't want to lose this. New front cushion. It should be a cushion. Okay. Please tell me these are rubber and not polyurethane. Last polyurethane one broke. I might need that actually. These bolts replace those bits. I think that's later. I have one glove. I think I'll just put shims. Yeah, all the shims in here. All right. Now just shims. So shims and actually no, it's big shims. I need. And I'm gonna put this in there too. Just have that to decide what to do with later. And if we branding on these, or do you just do seals? Part numbers. I see branding on this side. On this side, mistaking part numbers for branding. All right. $12 ton. With all the bells and whistles. Yeah, if only I could buy everything. I shouldn't need any more of this unless I start doing other things. So let's put that here for now. Oh, maybe. There we go. Another shim. Tape. All right. All right, some paint. I'm gonna keep that here for the book, but probably not gonna use it. Alright. Anything in the book that I forgot? I made this already dirty section even dirtier, I guess. Alright. Good. Case. And it gives me the rest. Rear front support is 65 foot-pounds for those bolts, apparently. And it gives me the rest of the stuff there, so I'll probably want that page for that next part. Let's see if I can move this up. That'd be nice. There we go. Actually, I'll probably want to put that aside when I paint. I want to move this down when I paint. And not forget that the antenna is here. Okay. Right. Swap it over so I remember, hopefully. Oh, I'm probably gonna paint first. Oh well. Should I leave those in here overnight or no? Probably not. time is it? 10? Ooh, yeah. Actually, maybe I should go to bed sooner. The end stream so I can go to bed soon. Or later. Soon as in like within the next 2 hours, but yeah. Or 3, I don't know. I should grab another container to finish cleaning these off, but I think these will be fine in here overnight. Okay. Continue hopefully tomorrow. I don't guarantee tomorrow, but hopefully tomorrow. I should probably buy some gloves in the meantime. If I have any money for that right now, I don't know. I don't have money to buy gloves. What is this world coming to? Me overspending, that's what it's coming to. Or came to. But I got recovered from that. Yeah. Say that's it for tonight. So, thank you all so much for watching. If you stopped by, saying hi, or lurking around, or even just watching the VOD, I hope you all have a good evening, or whatever you guys have right now. Have a good one. I do appreciate any follows, likes, what's the other word? Subscriptions, and so on. And I hope to see you guys. And I hope to say this correctly. And I hope to see you guys again in the next one, real soon. Bye-bye.